What is up, everyone? And why is my camera not working? I just had it working. Hold on. I will fix this. Every stream. I don't know what it is. Okay, let's try deactivate. Activate. There we go. Okay. I don't know. It literally worked like just right before I started this, and then I restarted OBS because I was changing a setting, and then boom, black screen. Anyway, happy Thursday, everyone. How's it going? What's everyone up to? I completely forgot to share yesterday some of the new ham radio equipment that came in. So we'll talk, show off a few things, not too much, and then I got a gift. I think it's kind of fun. I already know what it is, but you don't know what it is. But it's probably going to be something that's going to be on the stream moving forward. So, what's up, Timmy Turner? Wait, did you really name yourself off the, wasn't it the guy that was in Fairly Odd Parents, Timmy Turner? You have an AI question. Are you asking if you're a real person and you're AI and you're trying to break out of the system? Okay, so Timmy Turner. Okay, like, hold on. Was it Timmy Turner? Yeah, I was right. No, like, seriously, if you don't know about this show, this is like a big millennial thing. There's this little kid that has like two fairy godparents that grant him like any wish. It's this cartoon that we all grew up with as millennials. Yeah, Timmy Turner. Literally his name. That's just what your name reminded me of. I'm not trying to make fun of you or anything. It was just like, it just immediately clicked with me. No, lol. I'm a report developer now, but I'm trying to safely transition to an AI-safe computing job. That's kind of hard to say because the reality is AI is going to be propagating to a lot of different fields. It's even propagated to my field, but it's being used as a tool. And we're also in the department where, you know the theme song, Rob. It's really hard to get into because, like, you know, a lot of people were worried about, like, you have to understand this is the repeat of a lot of the things that our parents went through, where their fear was automation. Machines were replacing jobs. The assembly line was getting automated. So the way to look at a lot of jobs is your job repeatable? If it's repeatable, then it's probably going to get automated. Just like bank tellers, things like that. Eventually, you know, ATMs took way to a lot of teller jobs, but a lot of those things are going to still exist. I think that AI, well, let's back up for a second. It's not proper AI. It doesn't pass the Turing test. It's an LLM. AI does not equal an LLM, or LLM does not equal AI. Let's make that very clear. So LLMs are going to be in a lot of different things. LLMs, or machine learning, which is what it used to be called before everyone hopped onto the buzzword of AI. It's going to be propagated into a lot of different jobs. However, there are things that you're still going to need human touch points for. It's kind of hard to say what is going to be an AI. I keep falling into that buzzword marketing trap myself. What's going to be safe from machine learning and LLMs and everything like that. My job seems relatively safe, but then again, that's because a lot of the things, we're the ones in charge of basically telling people, no, you can't do that for, you know, compliance reasons. You can't feed it into LLM, machine learning, because we don't have full control over the black box and all that. For our EMR services, developing a lot of AI services such as Timmy's an average kid that no one understand. Mom and Dad and Vicky always giving him commands. Such as quick analysis. Well, yeah, I mean, the reality is that machine learning is going to be a tool that is going to be in a lot of jobs. I remember when ChatGPT was starting to become very commonplace. And I remember there were a few of my graphic design friends that were up in arms about generative art and things like that. And I said, And they're like on this philosophical, moral high ground of like, no, we can't do this. You're stealing art and all that. And I'm like, it's not that I don't agree with you, but the cat's already out of the bag. So you better start learning to use these tools or you're going to be replaced. And now a lot of graphic designers that refuse to use these tools are being replaced. Because a lot of the small assets and things people would need for a lot of companies and, a lot of the jobs to do, they can get rendered up in DALL-E. Yes, I can, I will say I agree with you. Adobe is unethical in the way that they're doing things when it comes to AI, LLMs, machine learning inside of, Adobe software and everything like that. I'm not disagreeing with you. But the reality is it's something that's going to become more commonplace over time. So the best advice I can give is to figure out how you can use LLMs, machine learning as assistive tools, and then you can start thinking about how it will adapt. Yeah, I'm using ChatGPT for a lot of Python too, although I've been leveraging Amazon Q quite a bit more because Amazon Q is like freaking amazing. It understands AWS and it understands your AWS environment and helps you deploy things to the ways that you want. I wish I could actually sit here and show you it, but I haven't gotten a personal Amazon Q session going yet for myself. More of a network, would it be beneficial to look at more of a network engineering role or something more working with hardware tools? Every tool is going to have machine learning touch it. I mean, network engineering is talking about software. What is it? Not SDR. What is the term? SDN. Software-defined networks. I think that's what it is. So you're still going to have some programming and stuff like that. Like, for example, the networking team that we have at work is kind of struggling right now because we're in this whole migration for getting things into Terraform because we're no longer going to be allowing the manual touches on AWS, and that's not part of their job description. But now it's becoming one. So things are always going to change. They're going to adapt. You just have to learn to adapt as well. What was the Bear Grylls saying? Yeah, with our tools, we have to make sure it's HIPAA safe. Yeah. And HIPAA... Here's the thing. HIPAA isn't as intense as a lot of people put it out to be. It is, in a sense, like you have to make sure there's guardrails and all that. I've dealt with HIPAA compliant networks and companies and all that like that. It's not to the levels of, like, say, GDPR and CCPA and things like that, but there's definitely some concerns when you have to worry about where your data is going, how it's being shared, things like that. But where was I going with this? Crap, brain. See, thank you. It's more of a continuous learning environment, and it's always just as safe. Pretty much. What's that Bear Grylls quote? Hold on, let me remember this. Not being brave, never work again, not it. Improvise, adapt, overcome. More or less, that's very true in the tech field too. You have to improvise, you have to adapt, and you have to overcome these things. I'll tell you that being in the field for 10 years in IT, cybersecurity, networking, the various ways, it's changed a lot. And this is why I actually tell people, in order to be successful in tech in most careers, one must be willing to unlearn what you have learned. Yes, I did pull a Yoda quote there. And that is true because roughly every 5 years, I'm noticing I'm having to unlearn things that I've learned and relearn a lot of what I would think are common conventions, understandings of the ways that we approach different things. That's where I think a lot of people are going to potentially struggle, especially like older generations. Like boomers are really having a tough time of it. Gen X, the ones that lean towards the boomer side, they're having a tough time of it adjusting to it. That's where the individual understands their roles and tools available. Oh, no, you're fine. But the important thing I will say with any AI tool that one happens to be using out there, is make sure you're using it as an assistive tool, not as a crutch. You must be able to understand what you are creating with AI. I've already run into too many developers that say they've used AI to, vibe code this out, and I'm like, cool. How does it work? Explain it to me. And they'll be like, well, the AI... I'm like, no. I want you to go through your code and explain it to me. So even though I've been using Amazon Q, and then I'll give you an example. I was using it to adapt an AWS Lambda. I talked about this the other night. That was running a Python script for domain typo squatting. It helped me figure out how I can initially put it into CrowdStrike Foundry. I still, once it was output, went through all the files, spent another good 20, 30 minutes just reviewing the code changes, everything it did, how this is architected, because while it saved me hours, possibly days of figuring out these things, I need to understand what's going on, because if things happen, I can't just go, well, I can't do that. What's up, Hans? How's it going, bud? I automated some Excel outputs, and most of the older employees would take a few days to create macros and keep a copy versus a quick 30-minute script that can automate it across multiple queries. Yeah, I actually have a few scripts that they're in Python, and they make CSV or Excel files. So I literally have like a script at work, because our manager wants to know the count of devices in which version, so we can make sure they're in compliance and up to date. And so one team sends us a script over. Well, before I started, they used to send these scripts over every week. I mean, these Excel sheets every week, and they would have to spend like quite a while massaging the data, filtering it out, then build a pivot table. I just said, wait, they're giving it to us every week, and our manager wants to see a trend, right? So I took the Excel sheets I was getting, put them in a folder, made a Python script that says every single Excel sheet in this folder is structured a certain way. They have the date they were last seen, the version of the device, and the version of the software that we're looking for. Of the devices seen in the last 30 days, plot them out. Then generate a table in a PNG format, like a heat map that I made kind of every week these come in. And then make me a line chart in a pivot table. So every week I come in, one day a week, the team sends us the Excel sheets. I take that Excel sheet from email, drop that in the folder, run one Python script, table generated. Run another Python script, line chart generated. Send email to manager and the rest of the team saying, here's the trend. Give a little blurb of where we're going at right now. What used to take my predecessors an hour or two to process every week became a 5-minute ordeal. Now, initially, it took me, I'd say, about an hour to get the script to where I need it. But that 1 hour, for the script I made a little over a year and a half ago, has literally saved me days of time now. Have you ever had to use BSD in your career? I use BSD in my home lab. We use BSD at work. So, yeah, BSD is actually used quite a bit in terms of networking tools. And I use FreeBSD in my firewall. It's pfSense. pfSense runs on FreeBSD. Zscaler has some of their tools run on BSD. Their most famous one that I use is Deception, which is their honeypot, honeynet system, which it's able to adapt using BSD to whatever system. So, like, if I set it up to be like, hey, we're going to act like a vulnerable Apache. We're going to act like an SSL VPN. We're going to act like an AD server that's exposed. it will do that and adjust however it is and forward the traffic on. So we can collect that reconnaissance data. And that's using a BSD-based appliance. So BSD is actually used quite a bit. Hey, Marco, how's it going? Chat to AI to pseudocode, not really code per se. I may let it review my work, but not the way. These are the same people that complete labs that have no idea what they did. Well, yeah. And I'm pretty much self-taught when it comes to code because I did use AI. If you remember, like 2 years ago, I was on stream using AI to make my little Twitch bot to post to Mastodon whenever I'm live, and that's still running on my Raspberry Pi. And that was for me to get some really base understanding of Python. Because I'm the type of guy, and there's a lot of men, women, theys and thems, whatever you want to call yourself, I don't care, that they need to do project-based learning. Like, you can, read it in textbook and go, but the second you get your hands on with it, you start interacting with the thing, you're able to better understand it. And I'm that type of person. That's why I built a home lab. The home lab got me to understand a lot of networking concepts, how to network things, how, shielded Ethernet, bonded, networks, all this, how it works together. That's why I play with ham radio, so I can better understand radio, the art and science of it, and I can experiment and, all these different things. That's why I'm a very hands-on person, because that's how I learn. I can't learn very easily from abstract concepts, if that makes sense. People must think you are magic making these scripts. Yeah, a little bit. Some of them are, because I, do the thing that needs to be done and I figure it out. It's just the way that you have to learn to process it. Like I said, AI, LLM, machine learning, they're all just tools. Use them as a tool. Don't use them as a crutch. If you learn to use tools instead of, relying on them more than you should, you'll be fine in this career. Because one day there's going to be probably something else that comes around. Yeah. I'm 1000% a project-based learner. I love when my job gets that in order to train me. They now give me missions when they want me to learn a new thing. That's kind of how I am. I literally told my boss, I'm like, look, I'm getting burned out because I'm doing a lot of these operational things. I need a build. And sure enough, I'm building. I'm learning CrowdStrike Foundry right now. I'm piloting Amazon Q. I actually have a meeting with some developers in the coming week or two. No, not two. I'll be at DEF CON. But in the coming, week or so, because I have to walk them through what data shouldn't actually go through LLMs and machine learning, because we're starting to use it more internally for different things. Because there are certain cases where I don't care if it makes your job work better. There's certain IP, or personal data, things like that, you just do not want to feed in for compliance and legal reasons. But now, let's show the box. Definitely me. My bachelor's got me in the door, but the work ethic and exposure of built these. Yeah, I didn't get a bachelor's degree. I just kind of worked my way into the field. So, I got a little gift here. Hold on. Let me, this is probably going to stay on the stream because it actually looks really cool. Wait. That's not all. All right? That already looks cool from Proofpoint. It's like they sent me some swag. But you turn it on. Hope I didn't kill the battery. It's a Bluetooth speaker with RGB
mode.
And you can change the RGB colors. Fun little gift for attending some of their sessions. Yeah. And set that aside next to the computer. Do you think a workaround for that is to use on-premise locally hosted AI agents? It can be. It depends on what your company is willing to do, because the problem is that on-premise LLMs, they are very, very resource intensive. I am not joking. You're talking CPU, memory, GPUs. You know, you're talking about having to put quite a bit of resources in, and it's an expense not a lot of people wants to make. Because if you actually look at like the NVIDIA, what was it, like the H100s or stuff like that, they're not cheap. And a lot of companies just do not want to expense that, and then you also have to worry about the capital and the human investment with those things. Oh yeah, and it also has an SD card too. We're just gonna set that right there. That's gonna look pretty. It looks pretty. Sorry if you're on the TikTok side of things, you don't get to see the pretty. But yeah, that's a nice little prop there. Hey, Proofpoint, if you ever see this video here, I mean, I could make some lovely content with your stuff. Just saying. I understand your product quite a bit, if you can't tell. I mean, I'll totally be game for, you know, your Proofpoint on demand, your adaptive DLP. You know, don't give me that IMD stuff. I don't need that. I don't need the internal mail defense. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Avanon's doing great for my email security right now for my home lab, but Proofpoint. I'm just being silly here. I need to clean up this room. That's on my to-do list. May not do it till I get back from DEF CON. But I got some new hardware. So, y'all know what this is? This is a Fite Choke for my ham radio for the HF side of things. So it's got a mix there that should help the signal out. You should ideally have a choke at the feed point of your ham radio antenna as it goes down the feed line. So this end's going to go right into the antenna, and then this end's going to go to the other line that's going to go down there. I've got some jumper cables that I got as well for the shack that are a little bit smaller between the equipment. This is RG213 because I had some LMR 400, which is like super stiff. This is almost as good in terms of protecting and shielding the signal, but it's a lot more flexible, which is what I needed. Like, because I could barely move the LMR 400. This, I think, is at least going to be good enough for when I connect my stuff. And of course, they've got the, where's these? The 239, 259 connectors. Wait, no. I think the female receptacle is SO239, and then I think the male is PL259, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, this is RG213, and then the choke is RG8U with ferrite beads. So if you've ever worried about noise when it comes to your electronics or anything, a lot of people are not aware of the value of a ferrite choke on a cable and how that will reduce noise. And a lot of you probably have ferrite chokes on your stuff without even realizing it. Actually looking for a device that may have a choke right. Ah, here we are. Here, perfect example. All right. So I have this USB cable right here. You see that little bulbous thing right here? That's a ferrite choke. Now, I could be wrong. It could be mix 31. There's some wide-ranging mixes. So the mix of the ferrite choke is what determines the amount of not spectrum, the bandwidth that it can actually work with. So you can actually put a ferrite choke at both ends or one end to actually reduce signal. I mean, not signal, noise on a line. So if you've ever actually like gotten interference from a signal, you'd be surprised what a ferrite choke can actually do. So a lot of times I will actually add chokes on both ends of cables, and you can buy them inexpensively in kits on Amazon. Of course, there's there's all sorts of different sizes and shapes and all that. Missed it. What type of coax? Oh, this. So no, the jumper cable is RG213. So this is what I'm going to be using for jumper cables inside the studio, the ham shack, because here, let me get you the LMR 400 here. Got some jumpers over here for that. Yeah, so originally I was thinking, I am definitely cleaning this studio up once I get the ham installed. Most of the boxes that you're seeing in the background have to do with the ham radio, so they'll all go away really quickly. It's just I'm in the middle of wiring stuff up slowly, and it's not worth cleaning up until it's all done. See you later, Timmy. So that's the reason most USB cables for audio interfaces to reduce noise. USB cables, yeah, exactly. So if you're doing things that are audio related, definitely add a choke on it. You'd be surprised how much that fixes a lot of things. You can even add a choke on your AC devices and everything. So this is LMR 400. Specifically, DX Engineering's 400 Max XD. This is a thick cable. Yes, there's thicker out there. I saw some of people making comments and everything. Now, what you can't feel... I mean, it's hard for you to understand this because you can't feel it. But if you look at both of these, you can't tell them apart, can you? They look very similar to each other. But the difference is, from my understanding, and y'all are, if you know more than me, you're willing, you can more than correct me. This has, this is the 213, I believe. Yeah, because it's a little bit more flexible. Okay? This is stranded wire. This is solid. Okay? Notice how stiff that is. Somebody's gonna clip this and make fun of me for it. But you see how it just has a little bit more give? That's RG213. So it's relatively the same as the LMR 400. Now, I could theoretically be just fine with RG8U or RG8X, but I was like, let's at least roll with this. I can always go with RG8U or RG8X if I want it to be a little bit more flexible. This is only just for the equipment inside the studio. So the idea is it's going to go between... So we're going to have the LM400. There's a 25-foot line that's going to go outside to a surge arrestor. Let me get that for you. That's why this is all messy, because I brought all the toys down. Okay? All right. This is my box of grounding stuff. That's just copper wire, and this is how I organized all the stuff as it came in for my grounding equipment. So these are surge arrestors, or lightning arrestors. So the idea behind this is you're supposed to put this right before it starts entering the building. And how this works is very simple. Here, let me see if I can get the remote over here so we can zoom in on this. Where did I put that remote? I need to clean my desk. Yeah, I really need to clean my desk. I got so many projects going on. Okay. So this is from Diamond Antenna. There are, of course, like polyphasers and stuff like that I can eventually swap out, and they're a little bit better. So the idea behind this, as you can see, it has female connections on both ends. Now, this right here is where I would ground the wire in. So I've got some 10 gauge copper wire. And then over here is where the magic is really going to happen. So if we unscrew this little guy over here, we'll be able to expose, let me pull this out, a little gas tube over here. So the idea is, if God forbid my antenna ever gets struck by lightning, this blows, this little guy right here, it's a fuse essentially. And then the connection here is broken to protect all of my equipment. And assuming this survives, then I can just replace that little fuse. So that's a lightning arrestor right here. Now this is a diamond connection SP1000. They run about 30 or so bucks. Now you can get really cheap ones over on like Amazon and stuff. I don't recommend these. I bought these on Amazon purely because they were a little bit cheaper at the time when I bought them than getting them at DX Engineering or was it Gigaparts or stuff like that. I may eventually upgrade to a polyphaser, and it's just the same. It's the same concept of, okay, unscrew, move grounding cable, done. So the idea is we'll have my long cable run in from the antenna into one side of this. I have a box on the side of the house. If y'all saw some of the YouTube shorts or TikToks, is it grounding? It's a lightning arrestor. It does go to ground. So eventually what I will be doing, I have a crimper upstairs. It'll go to this 10 gauge wire that will attach to the ground rods. I'll pull up the video in a second. And then these pipe clamps are going to go onto the masts that I have installed. And they're going to have 6 gauge wire run throughout all of them. God damn it, Marco. You actually clipped it. But yeah, let me show you the TikTok I'm talking about, so you can understand for anyone that missed it. It's one of my recent TikToks too. Oh yeah, probably got to add the sound over here. So bash opt reset pipe wire, run my little script so the audio can go to both machines. And let's go to my profile. So right, was it this video or this video? I think it was this video. I think it's this video. Okay. It's time to improve the electrical system a little bit because I'm going to be installing a ham radio shack in my house so I can have a nice ham radio. And I got off with the nice little slam top so we don't move a little bit forward. I definitely need both. It's not really an issue to the rest of the ground. Alright, activity. Listen, you're doing the snip. Just cut a few. And just like that, that is the third new 9 degrees outside in civilized unit. Finish up the lightning to rock, but it's like 5 feet down in there. I think it was the second video that I did. This is some of the thickest coax to F-team. All the wires right now. 2 of these lightning. Yep, see there's the lightning arrestor. Between RG8X for the short jumper. Eventually, not for now. Later on, I'll get the. I've got from the suite. I think I jumped around. There we go. So right outside the house. I keep jumping. So after that wire that you're seeing right there, it's going to go right into this box over here and connect into that lightning arrestor that I showed you. And then that lightning arrestor is then going to be connected to the wire that's going to go to each of the antennas. Now there's going to be 2 antennas. there's going to be a antenna for HF, high frequency, which is going to be able to literally reach around the world. You can potentially get like 2,500-mile range, I believe, with HF, properly tuned, calibrated, you know, and pointed in the right way you want, depending on the gain of your antenna. Probably go longer. You can literally have HF go around the world and come back to you. In fact, there's a phenomena. It's actually part of the ham radio that I've been the study. What antenna are you using for HF? I'm using the Comet. I want to say CHA 250D. I think that's what. Let me pull it up. Hold on. I'll know exactly what it is. dxengineering.com. In this context, does the lightning arrestor refer to the ecological phenomenon or the data standard? Ecological phenomena. It's literally dealing with lightning. If lightning hits my antenna and that electricity goes down the line, the lightning arrestor will basically get hit. It'll take the hit for me, shoot it down to ground, and then it will blow the little fuse thing in there to save my equipment on the inside. So, let me see. Scooby's on a 350 watch stream. You have 350 watt streak of streams? I've streamed 350 times. Goddamn. But yeah, this is the antenna that I got. 3.5 to 57 megahertz. Transmit 2 megahertz to 90 megahertz. Receive. She about 24 feet, 23 and a half feet, give or take. So I will have to get some guy lines up and everything. But yeah. Have a good night, Dork. No. It's a nice little antenna. It's going to be interesting getting that up. Be sure to lay down some radial, so I don't need to do that. Not with this antenna. I'm actually putting it above, I'm putting it on the roof. I have masts on the side. This one doesn't need radials from what I remember. Now, eventually I do want to get some HF antennas that are a lot better that I can do a little bit better, but I'm also debating if I even want to get a radio tower for them, because one, that's a lot of work, and I'm going to have to put a concrete pad and things like that. This, I think, will be fine for me. To at least start for my little stuff. 250 watt single sideband, 75 watt digital mode. That's the part I'm going to have to be careful with, because my transceiver, the Yaesu, is capable of 100 watts. So I'm not going to have to go, I'm going to have to remember not to go full bore on the digital mode side of things with HF. But I have a Yaesu FT991A. That's the transceiver I picked. It does HF as well as VHF and UHF. So there's going to be two antennas going in. The VHF, UHF, of course, you know, isn't going to go as far of a range, whereas the HF definitely can. But I'll be interested to see how far I can get with VHF, UHF, because if I'm already running my TID H8, and I got to program my Anytone AT168 UV, I think it is, with DMR as my first DMR radio, I still got to sit down. Crap, I meant to bring that down so we can tinker with it together. We'll do that maybe on Sunday after we do the laptop thing. We still got to set this laptop up. I'm just not in the mood to do that right now. Long Path is so cool to hear. It's like an echo. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll be interesting to see that. But eventually I want to get some Yagi antennas so I can get a better directional thing. But if I do a Yagi, I'm going to get a rotator built in for motor so I can actually control the rotation, which I think will be interesting. And I'd like to also get some satellites that I talked about, satellite dishes, so I can do radio astronomy as well as weather satellite capture. So I want to get at least 2 there. Then I want to get a antenna for ADS-B. I don't know if I'm going to do one for UAT because it's not as popular, but I think it'd be cool to capture UAT as well as ADS-B for plane spotting. For those of you not aware, and you're just hearing blah, 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 blah. ADS-B is 1090 megahertz, and that can read the transponders off of the planes. Almost all commercial planes, every plane that flies above 18,000 feet must have an ADS-B transponder. UAT is the minimum that they should have, and that's at 978 megahertz, if I recall. 2 different systems doing similar things, but most planes just opt for ADS-B. But I think it'd be cool to be able to receive UAT and ADS-B, then also get weather satellite imagery, and be able to overlay that with my own data. That, I think, would be really cool if I'm able to do that. Using a satellite dish to watch pirate TV. We did it as a kid. See, I've just been thinking about getting an over-the-air TV, over-the-air antenna as well, because there was a, hold on. There's a way you can get a device, and I wanted to run a cable down to the home lab, and then network the over-the-air TV antenna, as well as pipe it into my bedroom in case of network issues, and then be able to broadcast it over the network. And then there's an app that the Roku can actually pick up, so I can get over-the-air TV, and then you pay a few bucks a year, and you can also get DVR functionality built into it. I think that'd be cool. I don't see the point in paying for cable TV, but I would like to get over-the-air TV so I can get local news, local stations, and things like that. And if I ever decide to fully embrace the old man yelling at cloud phase of my life, which I am slowly growing into, even as I'm not even in my mid-30s, I can then one day just say, screw you, Netflix! Screw you, Hulu! Screw you, Amazon Prime Video! But also, it'd just be nice to have. I'm trying to actually, you know, like, plan a little bit better for different things, too. Did you hear also, speaking of radio, did you hear that Congress is trying to pass a bill to force AM radio in all vehicles? What is interesting is I did not know this until recently. But if you buy an electric vehicle, many of them do not include AM radio. I just always presumed it was like a standard that everyone did. They may at most have an FM radio, but not an AM radio. And from what I remember, part of it was because the frequencies may interfere with some of the electronics or something like that in an EV. But I actually totally agree with that we should have AM radio in a car, because the reality is AM radio in an emergency setting is so much better than FM. So FM radio, if I recall correctly, the range is like somewhere between 60 to 100 miles. Whereas AM radio can reach hundreds of miles. And during the nighttime, even further. Air TV ties to FreeSling TV, and you get all your locals, and you can watch it on any device with the app. Well, you're talking about a piece of hardware, because I still want to do that, but I want to be able to plug it into my TVs and be able to watch it. I can always split it out and have it in different ways, but yeah. My father had a radio mechanic shop, so he had satellite equipment. Nice. Yeah, I think radio is something of an art and science that has kind of faded a little bit into obscurity with my generation, and we need to change that. I really am a proponent of networking should be requiring understanding the basics of radio. But once you get into radio, like basic ham, just even your technician license, it radically changes your entire understanding of radio, of like even Wi-Fi radios and how they operate. It's removed a lot of the magic voodoo idea that I had around it. But yeah, I'm excited to get this set up. Hopefully I'll get some more of the equipment set up this weekend, pending rain, because unfortunately those connectors are not weatherproof. They're not waterproof. They're old connectors. Type N connectors are waterproof and capable of up to 10 gigahertz, but these are old connectors. I think that type of connector has been used around since like World War II, if I'm not mistaken. So what you have to do is you have to connect them up, and then you have to seal them with vinyl tape, like electrical tape, or some coax sealant or something. Radio is everything, and remember, Wi-Fi is also radio. Oh yeah, I know that. I'm just saying, in terms of networking, especially with Wi-Fi, it's amazing how many people that are in networking and don't even understand how radio operates, and they're just kind of guessing as to how things work. But the second you start studying about amateur radio and you get your license and you learn about the fundamentals, the art and science of radio, you start to understand Wi-Fi planning a lot better. It's made me rethink a whole lot of things with my setup. You heard Tor is no longer secure. Everyone always goes, Tor is no longer secure. There's always this different thing. I don't know how much to believe with it, because the reality is the internet as a whole isn't secure. I've said that for a while. I mean, there's many ways to de-anonymize on Tor and everything, and Tor is a dated protocol. Let's also remember, I think the original idea of Tor came around in the late 90s, early 2000s, if I'm not mistaken. And I2P is an interesting concept, but I'm looking at Valid. Valid probably will supersede, hopefully, Tor. And Valid was unveiled at DEF CON 31 by Cult of the Dead Cow. And it's starting to slowly take over. Now, Valid is basically... okay, so how many of you actually seen the Valid video? I showed it in a past stream. I don't know if y'all have seen it. Basically, Valid will allow you to have entirely private networks and scenes. Okay, let's pull up the Valid video. Now, remember, this is still in very early days, so it needs to mature, but when I was at my local DEF CON group, we showed it off. All right.
Hi there. I'm Elliot. I'm a brick, and I'm the mascot for a cool new privacy project called Valid. At this point, you're probably...
They got a goofy little video, but still one of the best explainers.
To that, we have to go all the way back in time. Back to 1984 in Lubbock, Texas, when the world's longest-running hacktivist group, Cult of the Dead Cow, was born. For 40 years, CDC has been...
By the way, I was at their party at DEF CON 31. That thing was lit.
...changing the world with hacking tools, text files, and hacktivism. In fact, they even coined the phrase. Fast forward to the summer of 2023 at DEF CON, when two members of the CDC, Dildog and Metis4, released a brand new privacy project called Valid. And now you're all caught up. But wait, no, seriously, what the heck is Valid? Short story, Valid is an open source peer-to-peer app framework to build privacy for all.
So basically, you can build your own individual apps inside of this network. I guess you can kind of say like Tor and IPFS had a baby.
What the heck is this? Well, to explain that, we've got to break down some myths about how online communication...
What's up, Marcus? How's it going?
So let's break this down. You have your device, your phone, you want to message your bae. So you just shoot them a text, right? They shoot a text back, that's how it works. Wrong, that's not how it works. This is what actually happened. Alright, so you have your device, you have your bae, you want to text...
This is actually good to know, because a lot of people don't understand intermediary servers when you send a text or anything like that. It doesn't go direct to you, it goes through a bunch of intermediary stuff.
Apple, there's a cloud. There's some servers storing everything. There could be a social media overlord...
I like how they just put in, like, Bezos and Zuckerberg in there. Just straight up CIA.
Somebody in the middle, listening to your conversations, storing them, possibly selling all your data. And if they're storing it, that means that hackers have the possibility of getting into it. And then who knows where it goes. And what Valid does is take out that middleman, so it's just you and someone else chatting privately. But wait, Elliot, if there's no servers, how does that even work? So let's break this down. You little pink dot, over here we have Bae, little green dot. In between the two of you, rather than servers or some social media...
I still find this video cute and goofy, but it's still pretty good.
To transfer your message.
kind of reminds me of the Hitachi, or was it the Hitachi Get Perpendicular video, like Schoolhouse of Rock, when they were explaining the superpower magnetic effect and things like that. That video made me understand hard drives a little bit too much. We can go to that in a second.
A node is just like you, except they can't read anything that you're writing because it is all encrypted, which keeps your data safe from prying eyes. And Valet is a network made up of all of these nodes. Lots of them. Each node is a different app and can be a completely different thing, but they all support each other. It doesn't...
I don't know if they touch on this in this video, but you can potentially have a completely separate Valet network. So when people think of like the Tor network, you're connecting to this, for lack of a better term, homogeneous blob of all these different servers that can see each other. But you can have a whole Valet network that's separate from the main Valet network. That's your own thing. So, yeah.
One app is bigger than the other, they're all equal. So every bit supports the network itself. You're a part of the network, Bay's a part of the network, we all are. So rather than the internet being, Jeff Bezos' cloud...
Oh, and let me make this very clear. There's no blockchain! I hate the fact that everyone thinks, well, in order to be decentralized, you need blockchain. No, you do not. You do not need blockchain to be decentralized.
The internet belongs to all of us, but communication between us, how it's supposed to be. Nerd alert! End-to-end encrypted, which is upgradable, it's written in Rust with...
Okay, end-to-end encrypted. Encryption suite is upgradable, which means you can always upgrade the encryption at any given time, as to oppose Tor, which, it doesn't work that well. It's written in Rust with Flutter bindings. It's similar to Tor and IPFS, but faster with the distributed hash table storage.
Similar to Tor and IPFS, but faster, and it's completely distributed. It's a brand new way of privately communicating with your friends with no social media oligarchs, no government, and no servers storing your data, keeping it safe from...
Now, as I said, this entire concept is still relatively in its infancy, and it's growing. It's only like 2 years old. But I remember when I was at the local DEF CON group, we were trying it out. We managed to crash the app that one of the dudes was running because, we were all messaging back and forth on it, like a couple dozen of us. So, it's promising. But it's still got to take time to mature. Like, you got to remember, when I was a kid, and Tor was still in its infancy as well, it was a similar concept. Tor couldn't handle the bandwidth. I remember back in the day, everyone was like, Tor is so slow, you can't even, play a video on it. Now it's not as much of an issue if you have a good route.
Because Valet is an open-sourced app development framework, anyone can build any kind of communication app on top of it, with privacy and security built in. We've built a great community of people working together to build apps that are secure and usable. All we need is you to bring your ideas.
That's basically Valet right there. And like I said, no blockchain nonsense. No cryptocurrency nonsense. You could build an app that utilizes blockchain if you want, but there's no cryptocurrency here, no coin, no crypto bro kind of BS going on. It's crypto as in cryptography, not crypto as in cryptocurrency. Because I'm really sick of the fact that every time people think, well, you need to use cryptocurrency. No, you don't. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate cryptocurrency. I hate what it's become by the crypto bros that are using it as get-rich-quick schemes to make dollars instead of upend the entire financial system that cryptocurrency was designed to take over and, remove the power from these elitist people that screwed us over in the financial crash. If you actually read Satoshi Nakamoto's paper when he originally released Bitcoin, that was the main idea. I could rant about this for a while if you can't tell. In fact, I do have a script I have to put together for YouTube for that. Can you post the link to the video in the chat? Yeah, it's just at valet.com. I'll put that in chat for y'all. It's just valet.com. Victor Echo India Lima India Delta.com. Now, while we're at it, let me find you that Hitachi video. I brought this up in a prior stream as well. This video is maybe older than some of you people watching this video, but it was a really cool ad from Hitachi, I think it was. Get perpendicular Hitachi. Yeah, so they were talking about back in the day, hard drives were trying to, get more dense, and the way they had to do this, look at this, 17 years ago. The way they did that was they stacked the bits vertically and then thicken the disks. What is the box to the right of your hand? Oh, Proofpoint sent me a little bit of swag. It's a Bluetooth speaker from Proofpoint. I just think it looks cool. Got it in, there you go. And on my back I sit. This entire video is baked into my brain, if you can't tell, because it was so catchy that you would literally hear tech people that are around my age that know this video singing this song. And it's in the style of Schoolhouse Rock. Are HDDs still viable? Yeah, they can be. Totally. I mean, SSDs are still a lot better, but HDD is just cheaper. Abrupt. Cause the data's corrupt.
There's a name for that, you know. Hey, is that actuator man? It's called the superparamagnetic effect. Supercala what? Superparamagnetic effect. That's when all your little bits get so crammed together, you lose your magnetic orientation. You flip and lose your data. Well, what can we do? Gotta make more room. But how? Well, I've been working hard and I found a way. You gotta get perpendicular. Get perpendicular? Think about it. If all your bits stand up instead of lie down, you make more space for new bits. More bits, more data.
This is still one of the most clever videos I've seen for tech education.
Kick it. Now that my brothers and my sisters are up on the floor. Hey, check me out! I'm dancing! The time has come to
Whoa, whoa, up in the floor.
Yeah, let all my friends in! Let them in! 'Cause we'll have 10 times the capacity. Yeah, we will! 10 times the strength and tenacity. Get perpendicular! Get perpendicular! Get perpendicular! Get more particular. Hey, this is great! Yeah, it looks pretty easy, doesn't it? But take it from me, it's no small feat. How come? Well, first off, we need to thicken the dance floor to allow enough room for the bits to sink in. Oh!
They stopped selling the 2.5-inch HDDs here in Norway.
Ahead and into the disc, causing the bits to line up perpendicularly.
But this is seriously how we learned about new hardware technology that Hitachi did. This is probably one of the most clever ways for us to learn about it, because this is how I learned about the superparamagnetic effect in hard drives, to understand how bits can lose their orientation. And it was a nice marketing campaign for perpendicular recording technology, which could literally allow you to have up to 10 times the density on a hard drive. They stopped selling the 2.5-inch HDDs here in Norway. The bigger ones here are still available, though. Interesting. It's my favorite desktop environment. I generally use GNOME, but I'm probably going to move over to Cosmic when that's fully stable.
But just how much more room will that make? Well, on today's 6 gig micro drives, you can...
I want you to hear that 6 gig micro drive.
3,000 songs. Imagine storing 30,000 songs. Whoa! That's over 1,500...
When he's talking about micro drive, he's talking about the hard drives that were literally in an iPod. Hold on. I got one. I can show you what he's talking about. Yeah. These are the micro drives they're talking about. Okay? And this right here is a 30 gig.
Words of music, my little friend. Oh, that's incredible! Yeah, you said it. Get perpendicular. Get perpendicular. Get perpendicular. Get more particular.
Hey, Snow 404.
Get perpendicular. Get perpendicular.
But yeah, that was a advertising video that Hitachi had back in the day, for their perpendicular recording technology. I swear, ads and all that were better back in the day. Finally getting back, sitting back and relaxing, watching you after working on the home lab all day, spinning up a new AI server. Nice! What you doing, Llama? Are you running like LM Studio in some interesting way? Are you doing something different? How many inches on that micro HD? I think that's 1.8 inches, if I'm not mistaken. It's literally from an iPod. I think that one actually had that perpendicular recording technology, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, and you know what's interesting? Also, sorry, I lost track. For some reason, my YouTube feed is just like keeps feeding me videos about pirate software, and I've already said my piece about pirate software, but I have to say quite a few people are just like, dude, come on. You know, like, I mean, I've heard people like getting deep into drama that doesn't matter. Like, there's people that are like, well, I'm not gonna call him Thor because he wants that. I'm like, I'm just gonna dead name him. I'm like, let people be called what they want. I don't care, you know? As long as he's not going around saying, call me God! I don't give a crap. To me, it's the same thing as a lot of my audience where, you know, quite a bit of my audience, we have some trans people or people that have changed their names. They want to be called a certain name. Cool. Okay. What's the big deal? Apparently some people have been digging into, like, his past, where apparently, you know, he was a furry or whatever. Okay, not a furry. Don't understand it. Got plenty of friends who are furries. To each their own. What's the big deal? I don't get it. But, you know. A llama with open web UI, stable diffusion, and Sear XNG just for it to search stuff up, mainly running for me to learn more and have family to try out AI. Yeah. That's nice. What are you using as the host for all of that stuff? You just kind of piecemealing it together, or using something like StartOS to make it an easy situation for you? I've been wanting to set up SearXNG myself so that I can have my own search engine for different things. I think that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I eventually need to set up stuff like that. Now, what is interesting, though, is I was, you know, on YouTube a bit. And this guy right here has this laptop that looks kind of interesting to me. A military surplus laptop. An IBDS HCI computer from UK Mod. I haven't seen this video, but I was like dying to check it out while I was at work.
Vintage tech review. We're looking at this fantastic military laptop, which was sent to me by Rob from my Discord channel, and I've been looking forward to playing around with this thing for a while. When I teased this in an unboxing video recently, I talked about how I always have too many projects on my to-do pile, and I might not get around to it for a while, but
that's my problem as well. I got too many projects on my to-do pile.
There was an outpouring.
He's a 27-inch or 24. I'm using 27s, I think.
And look at that crazy laptop.
I feel like I saw a Reddit post about the computer today. Probably. It's a really interesting thing. Because I've actually been looking at a ruggedized laptop myself, because next year, if funds allow it, I want to do Parks on the Air. What that is Parks on the Air, Summit on the Air, is doing ham radio when you go out to somewhere with like a mobile radio and see what you can hit. And I talked about in the past, I want to get like a Chameleon MPOS kit, and I'd like to get a Yaesu FTX1 with a 100-watt amp, get some antennas that can connect over BNC connector. I think that'd be fun. Imagine if I go out to Vegas for DEF CON 34 next year, and I do some POTA. Imagine if I do that in the middle of the desert while I'm at the DC shoot, see what I can hit out in the middle of the desert. Set up like either just a straight up dipole, or if I can possibly like do maybe inverted V, L, or an inverted L, NVIS, NFED, something. I think that'd be interesting.
Only the loosest sense. This thing weighs 30 pounds. If you put this on your lap, you would probably be crushed to death immediately. This thing is probably...
I've definitely had ex-girlfriends that weighed more than 30 pounds in my lap, and I'm still alive. By the way, ladies, just so you know, don't be scared to sit down on your man's face. We would like to go out like gladiators.
As an occupational hazard and might be one of the major causes of workplace injuries in the military. So far, it looks like a fairly normal laptop computer.
It kind of looks like a cyberdeck. I like it.
It's manufactured by DRS Technologies, who has made quite a few computers for various militaries around the world. I believe this particular one is from the UK. Now, the keyboard here actually comes completely
Ooh.
It's connected with this serial cable here, so you can use the keyboard separately.
That seems like a great Parks on the Air computer. If I could throw Linux on that. Like, that aesthetic just would be, like, so great. Probably come on back, like 30 pounds carrying it.
Quite a few interesting components.
I've been looking at getting a used Dell Toughbook or Panasonic Toughbook.
We will probably be tampering with at some point in this video. Now, the back is really interesting because all of the...
Give me a sec, I'm checking out. That's interesting. What's that? This is interesting.
Have these protective covers on them, and I believe this...
Oh, they're covers.
For environmental shielding to keep water out if you're in a damp environment. But
makes sense.
Partly for electronic shielding. I have heard that this thing might be tempest rated, meaning that you can't snoop on it using its electronic emissions. The metal shielding here helps keep stray radio waves from propagating out of the computer, out of any ports. We might see more of that later as we dig into the thing. Now, a lot of these are standard connectors underneath, like this is a regular old VGA port, but some of these are a little weird and they might cause me some issues, like the power. It's these weird 2-pin connectors and the pins are not labeled, so I don't know which one is positive and negative. This will accept both DC and AC, but again, the AC port has 3 pins and I don't know which pin is which, so I don't want to feed this the wrong thing, even if I can find these.
Yeah, I'd be very careful putting AC into that. But that's interesting if it's got the actual, not charger, what do you call it? The, inverter? Is that the right term for it? For AC to DC?
Connectors. I do have one of the weird connectors. Somebody turned me onto this on eBay. I think these are an Amphenol product, and apparently there are about 30,000 different variations of these based on...
Amphenol makes these connectors! It all comes back to ham radio! Well, they make a lot of different connectors. Amphenol actually is a really good company for connectors and stuff like that, but yeah. Would you main a military surplus laptop? I don't know, it depends.
The size of the plug...
I definitely would like to play with them.
The connection, the shape of the interior, the shape of the exterior. Yeah, it's a mess. It's the military, so there's no standardization. Or if there is standardization, it's really...
I'm gonna blow this up to the full screen.
Not super useful for civilians. I still don't know the pinout. I don't know which of these is positive and negative for the DC input, so we'll still have to open the thing up and try to trace that down. We have this little indicator area with some lights, and then it looks like there's actually an LCD screen behind it.
Interesting.
Inspection info here. It looks like this was tested in 2007. And I think this little front compartment opens up. All right, so
it's got a floppy disk in there.
Power, reset, brightness. We have some drives. We have a...
Yo, that is old, because I think that's not just... It's got 3.5-inch floppy and a CD drive, but I think those smaller bays are like you can do your 5 1/4 floppies. Because if you look at that, that's actually wider than a standard 5 1/4 bay. I could be wrong. That's interesting.
CD drive. We have a super disk drive.
Oh no,
This
super
looks
disk.
like a single PCMCIA card slot.
Yeah, this is definitely 90s tech right there. But it looks like you can slot 2 more things in here. It's like such a weird format because it's not typical 5 1/4. Because 5 1/4 would be a little bit, it'd be like that whole thing. I don't know what that is, but that PCMCIA is probably how you would add network connectivity if you wanted to. You'd put like a dial-up modem, or you'd put a Wi-Fi card in there. You know, like get a good Orinoco card. Now imagine going war driving with that. Hook up an Orinoco, put up air snort on that, and go around with a Canopic CD like it's the it'd be like early 2000s. That'd be fun.
Have a bunch of PC cards for wireless networking and whatnot. This, I think, is probably where the battery lives. There's nothing in there now.
Ah, yeah, that actually makes sense for battery. That actually could make sense for battery, yeah.
Connectors in the back that look like power connectors. And then this might be a hard drive. It looks like there's some kind of a...
Yep. That's old SCSI, if I'm not mistaken. Let me make sure. Hold on. That looks like SCSI 320, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Getting the image. Let me see. Connector. I just want to make sure. Of course, everyone doesn't want to give me the right connection. Hold on. This might be it. Hold on. That was not the image I wanted. There we go. That'll work. Pull this up. Yeah, that looks like SCSI. Yeah, that's SCSI 320. Not IDE, SCSI 320.
data port in the back here, and you probably want to slide in some kind of a sled with a SCSI drive. Not sure if this is...
If you ever want proof that I've been doing tech as long since I was a little kid, there's your answer.
SCSI, or if they were using IDE. I think it's probably a little too old for SATA, but I'll have to look into that a little more. And you'll notice there's like this steel wool all the way around the opening of this bay that makes an electrical connection with the cover.
That wouldn't work because it has no keyboard. No, the keyboard's to the side. You just can't see it on the TikTok.
Radio signals from getting in or out of this laptop. I don't know if that.
I am multi-streaming, guys. I'm using Pop OS.
This is rated for nuclear war. I'm not really sure about that. I would suspect.
Only two things scare me. One is nuclear war. What's the other one? Carnies. Let me know if you get that reference.
That other peripherals might not be happy if you had an electromagnetic pulse too close to this thing, but it's pretty cool to see that shielding built right in. The keyboard uses one of these weird micro serial connections. I hadn't seen these until recently when I came across these on some police laptops or tablets that I had. Yeah, it's really expensive to find this cable if you don't have one already. So if we take this cover off, there might be a release mechanism that lets us pop this out.
I think of Ubiquity gateways. I think Ubiquity gateways are okay for like a lot of basic things, but I don't care for them in my home lab because I find them a little too limited compared to traditional firewalls. But if you're doing a small business and a relatively plug-and-play setup, it's better than an off-the-shelf router, but it's like a good like go-between.
We have one of these on each side, so I'm going to need to find some little Allen wrenches for those. Pretty standard military-style latching mechanism.
Ooh, that's some Rugged
It
stuff.
doesn't want us to tamper with this side.
It opens up like an jerry can.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and
or an ammo
avoid
can.
both the warranty and the military top secret clearance here. And then one more little Allen screw right in the middle here, because reasons. This panel with the buttons is also connected back inside, so I should probably take that off as well.
Yeah, I kind of figured it's a slim laptop CD disc.
And one of these little copper strips came off. Now, these are what make the electrical connections between the pieces of the case. So these are part of that tempest shielding, that RF interference shielding. Now, everything's packed in.
Grounding, more or less.
I don't necessarily need to tear it down completely, but I do want to get
Pretty damn clean.
power supply input and figure out the polarity on that. I also wanted to figure out that hard drive connector, and it looks like it might just go to a regular IDE plug on the motherboard down under there. And there is a second IDE port, so I might be able to just sneak another IDE cable out of there into the drive bay and bypass that weird connector altogether. I'm trying to avoid taking the whole thing apart by
Hold up, what was that?
and by
Is that a JTAG header over there? Or I could be mistaken. I was just curious what this connector is over there. It's kind of hard to see.
pass that weird connector altogether. I'm trying to avoid taking the whole thing apart by snooping around in there with this USB endoscope camera. I did find a BIOS battery in kind of an inconvenient spot. Well, it wouldn't be a Save It for Parts video without one of the cats appearing on my desk to investigate.
By the way, this is the reason why I don't have cats, amongst the fact that I'm allergic. They're bad for electronics. I know people like their cats. I'm not hating on cat people, but I'm just saying cats are a big reason I've seen a lot of electronics get destroyed. Not because they, like, literally smack them off the desk, which does happen.
And assist by putting cat hair into every crevice of the technology I'm working on.
Oh, dogs are easier to manage around electronics.
You're so helpful. You're going to lose all the...
Just think about it this way. The dog goes down here. The dog stays down here.
Little screws, aren't you? I just realized this Amphenol connector I have is slightly bigger than the one on the computer, so this is variation 8401 instead of 8407 or something. There's just too many of these. Military gear is always really frustrating because some clever contractor will always manage to convince the top brass that they need this special proprietary connector and they need 30,000 variations of this special proprietary connector. Each one costs $300. There's infinite tax money, right? So the taxpayers will just pay for stupid proprietary equipment on every piece of military technology.
So a lot of that actually changed over the years because the military actually understood that they need to have the ability to service their equipment and, you know, have replaceable parts and things like that. Not to say this is always the case, but they're understanding more that they need interoperability with components. But this is a product of a bygone era. It's probably close to 30 years. Ain't no. Probably 2025.
Why would we ever save money by using off-the-shelf components that you can find anywhere? All right, I think I finally have an angle on that power connector, so it looks like red. I think that's enough for me to just put some jumper leads on that stupid power connector on the back. And yes, I did try to get the power supply out, but it's one of those things where you'd probably have to start over here to get this module out. I can't even tell which screw to start taking.
Yeah, and you're not going to be able to get an iFixit guide for that.
Because it's one of those things that's packed in there so tight it would be really difficult to get it all back in the right place. I picked up a new power supply. I may have shown this on an earlier video. The only thing I don't like about it is their choice to go with the pre-sun faded smoker's lung color on the front panel. So this is what the power connection looks like. I've got some little pieces of plastic in there. So my
interesting way to insulate it, but hey, if it works.
Right pin is negative.
18 to 32 volts, 7.7 amps.
or
That's
80 is positive
juicy.
and 80 is negative in this case. This thing is supposed to take between 18 and 32 volts. We'll just start low. All right, let's give it the juice. Well, we've got lights. That's always a good sign. No smoke yet.
I was going to say.
Hey, it's working. We've got
Pentium 3, 466 megahertz.
Nice big flat screen, especially for this era. Yeah, it'll probably give me a keyboard error, and then we won't be able to get into the BIOS without putting it back together a little bit. I think I actually have to put the case back together here to get the keyboard on, because that serial port connector is kind of part of the case. And system CMOS checksum is bad, so probably that CMOS battery that I found with the endoscope is no good. So I might have to do a little
512 megs of RAM.
Get that battery out of there and replaced.
That's a lot for back in the day.
So the battery is kind of underneath this SCSI cable.
I remember when I had my IBM ThinkPad X20 when I was a kid. I was spoiled because I had an IBM ThinkPad as a kid. I went to school with an IBM ThinkPad X20. 733 megahertz. I want to say 256 megabytes of RAM and an 8 gig hard drive. Sounds about right.
That's pretty awkward. And then this cable is so rigid that I can't really bend it out of the way. I'm really trying not to damage this because I will never find replacement.
That is not a flexible cable he's playing with.
Case off, but then
if you look at that, that's not really a cable. That's a PCB.
Actually getting to anything within that case is essentially impossible. So it's like two different teams worked on the design of this, and one of them hated repair people more than the other team. I feel like there might be...
You see this? I want you engineers to see this right now. This is why people hate engineers. People that have to service machines, mechanics, computer people. This is why we don't like you engineers. Engineer your stuff to be fixable.
To slide the rest of this motherboard.
What year is this made? We're thinking mid-90s or late 90s, early 2000s.
There's only a couple fasteners over here. There's kind of a weird locking mechanism that exists on this side but not on that side. It's really not obvious how to get the rest of this open. So I need some kind of flexible hook to get back in underneath that battery. And I was thinking dental picks, but then I thought, what about lock picks? This is a street sweeper bristle. These are great for making lock picks, or in this case, I think I can make it into a little reverse hook to get underneath that CMOS battery. Yeah, something like that. The surgery was a complete success. All right, we're trying this thing again. We're going to try to enter the BIOS. I'm going to go through here and just change the date.
Man, it's been a minute since I've seen a good old BIOS.
I'm going to see if we can boot.
System date 1988. Oh, this is definitely later than that. But Phoenix BIOS. Been a minute since I've seen that.
CD with this. Boy, the keys are really mushy. I don't really like that.
Oh, so it is an IDE.
Definitely not nice clicky keys. Power supply is freaking out here. So this is too old to have any...
BIOS reports 466 megahertz and sometimes 7 megahertz, maybe based on input voltage.
USB ports, or maybe they thought USB was too crazy and newfangled.
It's a legacy system. Yeah, it's an old military surplus laptop.
From CD. I used to own a decent collection of these antiques with various versions of Linux and whatnot on there. Most of them rotted. All of my burnable CDRs.
Yup, that bit rot will do things.
The early 2000s just flaked away into nothing. So these are the only two versions of Linux I still own on CD. We have IcePack Linux 2 and Geeksbox Live CDs.
I used to roll around with a Canopix CD so I could pop that into library PCs or school computers and bypass the protections. Which, speaking of which, do you all remember when you could rapid tap insert and clear the BIOS password? Bridge Farms remembers.
Yeah, and the power supply is freaking out again. Maybe I want a little more than 18 volts, or maybe I need more amps. I'm not quite sure what's going on with it. I can't actually go more than 3 amps on this power supply, so it's possible this is just drawing more than the power supply can handle.
Yeah, I think that's your issue, because if it says like 7.7 amps max, this is essentially a desktop computer packed into a laptop, more or less, which is going to need quite a bit of power. So if you're talking about Yeah.
Hey, we've got Linux, so we can boot from the CD, and yeah, it looks like this is the installation CD, not a live CD. This is
I am showing save it for parts.
back in the days when you didn't get both options on your installation media. I don't know if it'll actually run.
No, it's a super disk drive, not a zip disk.
It won't install without a hard drive present. All right, we've got X Windows. Let's try that other CD because I think that one is an actual live distro. All right, so we've got this Geekbox open.
Never heard of that one.
As far as I remember, this was for media playing, and it's been a long time since I've used this, but you can actually run
That's probably why.
CDs or DivX DVDs, and it actually
DivX DVDs. Do you know how long it's been since I've heard someone mention the word DivX? Holy crap, that just unlocked core memories. DivX and XVid and the Codex and K-Lite Media Pack. Like things I haven't thought about in years. Memories. Memories.
did the system CD here. So yeah, the purpose of this system, now that I think about it, was for playing your
I forgot about DivX too.
Video CDs that you download in the early 2000s from perfectly legitimate websites. So I've been digging around in my parts bins trying to find enough to get this laptop set up and working with a hard drive and whatnot. I found some old hard drives, some laptop drives with IDE connectors, but I didn't have enough cables and whatnot. So I went over to Axeman Surplus. This is my favorite local store in the Twin Cities. All kinds of random junk, interesting electronic stuff.
Bad stuff like that.
Random parts that come and go. They always have.
That's a cool kind of store to go to. I wish I had a store like that, because normally I have to wait around for like Hamvention to have a good flea market with all these kind of goodies.
Cables.
Speaking of which, Hamvention t-shirt.
And power supplies, but if you see something really unique that you really want, you'd better grab it when you see it, because it might not be there next time. They even had a goat this time. Well, it wasn't Axeman's goat, it was a customer's goat, but that was still a new one for me. The goat even has its own Instagram, which I'll throw a link to down below if I can find it. Anyway, I was able to find a few parts at Axeman. I found a new IDE cable, and this one does not have the plug-in.
Please, K-Lite Media Player Classic is my default. I forgot about Media Player Classic.
I forget why that is.
That was the shit.
Plug into the connector that this has that is not missing a pin. I also got this IDE to smaller IDE, whatever laptops use. So it took some fiddling, but I got the IDE cable for the hard drive unplugged from in here. Everything is packed in here super tight. So yeah, I actually had to take this part of
that is IDE
off and kind of scoot everything over. But now I think we can get another IDE cable in there. And there's no room for my adapter inside of the actual hard drive bay. So
not to mention you'd have to run a Molex
in the battery bay for now. Yeah, we're having to modify a few things here. Nothing super permanent, although I might have to cut a little slot here to get the standard IDE cable into the drive bay.
Ugh.
We've jammed a hard drive in the battery bay. We've connected that back to the IDE port. On the motherboard, we have run the power for that laptop hard drive over to the 5-volt rail on the power supply. Let's see if the hard drive works. In an interesting twist, it seems we already have Linux installed on this old hard drive that I just popped in here.
Lubuntu.
Trying to boot.
I mean, Lubuntu, LXDE is probably light enough for it to work.
If you put a Windows hard drive in a completely different system, it would just crap itself. But
because Windows sucks. Your operating is bad and you should feel bad.
Linux is like, sure, okay, this has to be some kind of record for things going right with a computer project of mine. Completely random hard drive that I pulled out of my junk pile, random stuff from Axeman, popped it in this old military laptop, and it boots right up into Linux. We've got a desktop. This is amazing. This never happens. Things never work this well.
Yeah, it's rare that like you can tinker and it just works the way you want it to.
The most important thing you can do with any old computer, the number one thing that everyone in the comments is going to ask, can it play Doom? I assume it can. We just have to get Doom on here somehow. And that's going to be another little bit of a challenge because there are no modern inputs. There's no USB. We have no network card.
PCM-CIA card that has Ethernet capabilities. You can pick them up on eBay and then plug that into the network. If you have Linux, it should be able to work with that. And then from there, you should be able to install Doom. Will that run Doom? Absolutely.
We have a CD drive, so we could try to burn Doom onto a CD. We have that LS120 or Super Drive or whatever that is. I don't quite know what media that uses or where you find that media outside of a museum. But I would like to try to get this online. So
What about Ubuntu? I mean, yeah, but LXDE is lighter than XFCE.
I can probably throw a wireless card in there, and I've got a bunch of those. And by a bunch of these, I mean I really have a bunch of these PCM-CIA cards. Probably an unhealthy number of these for a format that's been dead for decades now. I also have whatever this was that was around for 10 seconds. And I even have compact flash accessories.
The cool thing about Compact Flash was it was natively IDE, so you could actually drop in an IDE to Compact Flash adapter, and that's actually what we used to do to get as our primary disk to get super fast booting on Windows and have flash memory before SSDs were really commonplace inside of computers, and then you'd have your spinning Rust for your media, and then the main operating system would just be on Compact Flash.
I'm just going to start trying network cards from here until I get one that works on Linux. All right, second time's the charm. The Linksys card did not work, but the D-Link card seems to. Will it do?
If you got a good Orinoco card, they'll work. Orinoco is so much better than Linksys, but Orinoco is not out around anymore.
Yes,
the cool thing with Orinoco was you used to be able to attach an antenna to it, and it was like good for war driving.
Technically, the controls are really terrible. The frame rate is terrible. But, yeah, it will barely play Doom. Also, we have no audio for Doom because the audio plug looks like that. Who thought that was a good idea? Yeah, Firefox keeps crashing. I tried installing Chromium. All right, we maxed out the power again and it shut down, so...
It's because it doesn't have like a proper GPU in there for acceleration.
Chromium was too much to ask of this thing. I was using too much juice. This thing crashed so hard it changed the screen resolution.
I think you have power supply issues.
1024 by 768 exists. So I could try to fix the resolution issue, but sometimes the easiest way to fix a Linux problem is to throw out the hard drive and reinstall Linux. I love Linux, but it's a pain to fix problems like that. So I've actually pulled out the hard drive. I'm going to set that aside since it mostly works. We're going to install a different Linux distro on a different hard drive that I've stuck in here. And that means we'll need to burn a CD like it's 2005. So I've got Q4OS running. It took a while to install. This thing is pretty slow. And it won't even install Chrome here. And I cannot get...
Oh yeah, because Chrome's going to need at least a few gigabytes itself.
Firefox to run either. I did get this Conqueror browser to work. So this is kind of an old school browser.
Yep, well, at least I remember using Conqueror.
So that's something. Actually going online with this thing is turning out to be a real headache. Half the websites I try to go to won't work because my computer thinks there's a security issue, and the other half won't work because the website thinks my computer is a security issue.
It's because your TLS SSL isn't working. Well, it's not, at least not up to date, because Conqueror is not that modern of a browser. I'd be curious to see if you tried doing a system update before you installed it, but then you'd probably need a lot of resources to do that that computer just doesn't have. One of the issues with older computers.
Issue. I can still use
1660 Ti, and I'm upgrading to a Nitro RX $400. Good or bad idea?
Few basic websites like
doable
Selftaught that are still somewhat backwards compatible with the old internet.
If it works, it works.
Media is sort of usable. So this thing is pretty awesome, but like most of my vintage computers, I'm struggling to find a really practical use for it. It's a cool novelty. It looks neat. It's a great military.
I think that has just enough power if I wanted to do Parks in the Air, but I'd still want to... No, I would probably need a few gigabytes of memory. Yeah, I would, because AHRL needs a lot for different things, too.
And it's fun to pull out and actually do something with it, but there's really not that much I can do with it. I'm really spoiled in today's world of fast, responsive computers where
So notice he had to up it to 30 volts at 2.3 amps. So essentially he's pulling 66 watts.
Pentium 3, 700 megahertz is just kind of unbearably slow. And sadly, the modern internet is not very compatible with old systems like this, old browsers. Now, there are a couple options for things I could do with this. It would make a great prop for a military themed or space themed movie or short video, something like that. This could potentially be turned into what's called a sleeper, where you basically gut the original insides and put a modern system in here. It's got a lot of potential for that.
Now, that's a fun idea to do. If the case is solid, you could rework it and it's steel.
With that EMP shielded case, that Tempest shielded case, the nice big screen here, it's got a lot of really cool features that go above and beyond.
The one issue, though, is that case will work against you for heat dissipation. So you'd have to think about low heat low thermal stuff. So you'd probably want to look at like something like an ARM or a RISC-V or a low-end Intel or AMD CPU that's not going to go too hard because there's nowhere for it really to vent properly.
In a modern laptop, it also has some downsides over a modern laptop, like the 30-pound weight, the weird power input, other things like that. I also don't know if I really want to turn this into a sleeper. I don't know if I want to gut out the original insides. I kind of like keeping vintage tech like this somewhat original if I can. And again, even if I did pull everything out of here, I don't know if I'd use it too much. Maybe if I went to LAN parties, if I went to more events.
Liquid cooled chamber, maybe, but liquid cooling a laptop's a pain in the butt.
It would definitely attract a lot of looks, but again, it's not super practical for that, just due to the weight and the power considerations and things of that nature. Also, I'm pretty sure this screen, while it is a large screen, I think the native resolution is still only VGA. It's still just 1024 by 768, and probably can't make it go much bigger than that and still look any good. If anybody out there has suggestions for what to do with this thing or some really cool software I could run on it, let me know down in the comments and maybe we'll come back to this in a future video. Until then, I think we're going to wrap this video up. I'm going to set this thing aside. I've got it working.
Interesting piece of kit.
I want it. Aside from not having an original power supply, I've got almost everything going. When I started working with this thing, I didn't know if I'd be able to do anything with it. I didn't even know if I'd be able to turn it on because I didn't know exactly how to get power into the thing. But I've hit basically all of my goals with it, which is really cool. Huge thanks.
I really like that keyboard, though.
To viewer Rob, who sent me this thing. It is a really cool piece of tech. And
can you imagine how much that must have cost to ship that, being 30 pounds?
I'm glad he was willing to ship it all the way from the UK. So thank you again.
Shipping that from the UK.
Rob, thank you also to my Patreon supporters who helped me afford my crippling Axeman addiction. And if you'd like to support the channel, you can join my Patreon from the link down below in the description. Check out my other vintage tech reviews for other weird old computers, some of them even older and more obscure than this one, and stay tuned to see what we come up with next.
See, I like it. I still like my IBM Model M keyboard I have. It's somewhere around here.
Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, that was a little cool piece of kit. Oh. He's got satellite content. Yeah, I'll just definitely have to check him out some more. But yeah, like, I keep seeing pirate software videos, and my algorithm's kind of effed at this point because of it. Like, that dude is getting cooked. Like, and as I've said before when it came to pirate software, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I think the issue that they have is the way he's doubling and tripling down in combination of different things. Dude does some pretty cool stuff with satellites, too. Yeah, I eventually want to get into satellites with my ham radio and everything. I just haven't gotten there yet. Eventually, I want to do a handheld thing where I can actually, like, hit the ISS. Because you can actually talk to the International Space Station with a ham radio. And you don't need anything more than a basic technician amateur radio license. in order to do so. That's all you need. So, anyone can talk to astronauts if you get a ham radio license. Repurpose those dish TV satellites. Well, yeah, but you have to change the connector and all that. Like, the satellites I'm looking at are like, there's these open source satellites here. If you go to crowdsupply.com, the site that takes most of my money, they have some cool projects out there. So they got a few things out here. Like you've got some SDR stuff, all of that. The Discovery Dish is one I definitely want to look at. But, ooh, what's this? There's a GNSS antenna there. Ant SDR, Lime SDR, tons of SDR stuff out here. Just looking at this. Artificial Intelligence Radio Transceiver. Interesting. Signal Generator, Deep Rad. Maker Power Solar. Run your own cellular network here with Yukama. Anyway, this is the dish that I really have interest in. You know, alright, it's just a basic video, so we can just go through here. Relatively simple compared to a lot of things, but you can operate it at several different bands. You just have to change part of the heads out or something, the feed. So you can do an L band, S band, and Inmarsat, as well as a hydrogen line feed. You can't stack these, so you have to pick what you want your satellite to be, but relatively cheap for about $250. Now, the thing I really am looking forward to is eventually they're going to be releasing a dish antenna rotator. Now, I think that'd be really cool, because imagine if I got a few of these out, I could easily drive some fence posts into the ground and then have that up in the air and be able to track satellites and stuff. That'd be really cool. Didn't the ISS just open its SSTV event again? Maybe. I haven't paid attention. But yeah, I want to get this, I want to get a few of these satellites. I think it'd be cool. I at least want to do, the hydrogen line feed. And what was it? Which was NOAA? I think it was the L band. Because you can actually pull the actual live satellite imagery from NOAA. I think it's the L band that I wanted. And what's this? ORSAT, Oregon's first satellite. Interesting. Build your own handheld ground station. What is that, a phone in there? Interesting. So they're running their own satellites? Interesting. Called CubeSats have been launched by dozens of universities and countries around the world as of January 2019. Yeah, I bought a book when I was at Hamvention talking about, you know, satellite radio and stuff like that, and how you can do with ham radios. Never thought about talking to astronauts. Now, is that likely to get someone on the Gov radar? No. Anyone can talk to an astronaut on the ISS as long as you have an amateur radio. And radio's pretty open. As long as you're not doing anything in violation of the FCC, they don't care. Any communications on amateur radio must relate to remarks of personal character or relating to emergency disasters. You can infrequently report on weather and stuff like that. There's different rules around that. When I say infrequently, like, you know, you can't really do broadcasting. The only type of broadcast you're actually allowed to do on ham radio, broadcast being a one-way transmission, is for education, to be learning about CW, Morse code. That is the only case where a broadcast is actually allowed, short of ham radio TV. Oh, yeah. Bet you didn't know that. You can actually run amateur TV stations with ham radio. And that's perfectly within the scope of your license. It's a whole other part of ham radio you can get into. Bet you didn't know you could do that. It's completely legal. Yep. Here's like a 70 centimeter ATV base station. So you'd have a 70 centimeter antenna, transmitter, you know, hook up your little camcorder, get your 13.8 volt power supply like you do any other ham radio. You get a, you know, your transceiver connected up. Boom. Yeah, Fly, there's a lot that you can actually do with ham radio a lot of people don't realize, and it's a really fun thing. Because, like, this was YouTube before YouTube. Now, bear in mind, when you do these things, make sure to fully understand the laws, the band plan, and everything. And what I mean by the band plan, and you'll learn this as you start learning ham radio, there's a thing called the voluntary band plan. So what that refers to is this. See if I can get a better picture. This right here, this is the voluntary band plan. So when you get your license, you start as a technician. You can actually, if you want, take multiple tests at the same time, but start technician because general has some more concepts that you'll need to learn. It took me a few months of, study to really wrap my head around these things. But of course I was taking my time. I know people that jump a lot sooner. Started as technician last year, shortly after DEF CON. And anything marked with T gives you access there. So generally speaking, you are over on the 23 centimeter, 33 centimeter, but I mostly hang around the 70 centimeter and 2 meter bands, 144 megahertz and 420, and you have access to all of that out the gate. You can also do the 6 meter, 50 megahertz band, which is, you know, your HF. No, HF I think goes up to 30 megahertz. But anyway, I could do this with my current, Yaesu setup that when I get the antenna and everything. Now, where I want to go to general for, so as you can see, technician, like in the 10 meter band, can only do Ridian data as well as single sideband phone on this spectrum over here. But with a general license, I now can use this wider band. And then I can also go on to the 12 meter band, the 15 meter band, but as you can see, I have these little carve-outs here I can't touch until they get amateur extra, which is the next step above where I'm going after. You can go across the 17 meter band, the 20 meter band, and then you can, do 30 meter over here. I think, 30 meter is also very interesting. There's a lot more rules around that. So if you notice, it has a limitation of 200 watts peak envelope power. The 40 meter band, 80 meter band, and 160. So I'm setting my setup to generally go between 160 and 70 centimeter. So I'll be able to reach this center column, and most of this column over here. Now, Meshtastic goes into 33 centimeter band. Now, the 33 centimeter band is also open to the public, which is why many people use Meshtastic. I haven't really tinkered much with the 23 centimeter band, but yeah. So, refer to this chart over here, and then, of course, FCC 90, section 97, was it? 97, part 313, or however that goes. An amateur station must use the minimum transmitter power necessary to carry out the desired communications and no station may transmit with a transmitter power exceeding 1.5 kilowatts of peak envelope power, and that's as peak envelope power coming from the transceiver. Not from the antenna, the transceiver. And these are things that you all learn about as you get into ham radio. And if you're curious about learning this stuff, you can definitely go into, there's hamradioprep.com. You can use code ChiefGeek3D to get 10% off. You can also use hamstudy.org. There's also the official ARRL guides, and as you can see, this is where my proficiency is at this. Now, I have to pass, when you go to the technician and general licenses, you must pass 26 out of 35 questions. When you go to the amateur extra, there's 50 questions. I forget what the math is there, but it's got to be like 75% or so like that. You got to pass. And you get questions like this, and it's a pool of questions you know what are out there. So we'll go through this practice test here because I'm trying to keep practicing because I got my general ham test soon. And to actually take the test, by the way, most places only charge about $15 for the actual exam. Some places do it free, like if you go to your county emergency services, emergency management services, they'll often have free sessions like every quarter or so. That depends on the different county. But $15 is not too bad. There are online testing sessions, but honestly, I would tell you to go in person because the online ones can feel a little bit more stressful, getting your area cleaned and sanitary to their rules and everything like that. Then once you actually pass the test, get your CSCE, your little certificate that you completed, you go to the FCC, set up your, ham radio prep will actually walk you through a lot of this stuff, what you need to do. It's $35 for 10 years to have a ham radio license. Now, I recommend when getting your ham radio license at the same time, you may as well just go get your GMRS license. You do not need to pass a test to get GMRS. GMRS gives you capabilities to use, the 22 channels on GMRS, which are in the same ones as the FRS, the same as the walkie-talkies you buy off the store. Those are 2 watts. GMRS allows up to 5 watts. And then you can use GMRS repeaters up to 50 watts. So there's some cool things you can do to GMRS too. So like if you're off-roading or stuff like that with your friends, GMRS is really great to have. Whereas ham radio, every single person needs to be licensed. With GMRS, you can actually get one license to cover your entire household. So let's say you go get your GMRS license, $35 to get it. You got a wife, you got kids, got a husband, whatever. You can cover that entire household, just add them. I think you can have up to 10 people, if I'm not mistaken. But let's run through this practice test here. What is the approximate maximum distance along the Earth's surface normally covered in one hop using the E region? That's 1,200 miles. That's the lowest part of the atmosphere that, you learn all this kind of stuff when you're studying radio. Like, there's a lot more that I really never thought I'd learn about, geomagnetic storms and stuff like that. Which of the following may cause receive interference to an HF transceiver installed in a vehicle? The battery charging system, all these choices are correct. The fuel delivery system, or the control computers? Well, it's all. They all can cause interference in HF. Why you need the license, but how do they know when you don't have one? So there are voluntary monitors, and they go through this in the tests, and they actually will coordinate their beam headings to know where you're at. There's actually another product I actually want to get. I don't know if I showed this to you. The Kraken SDR. This is what I really want to get. Because you can actually use this little software-defined radio over here. It's got 5 different antennas, so you can pick up 5 different signals. But you can plot it on your Android phone and even get GPS coordinates to go to where the signal is. It's not hard to track a radio signal. It's really not. So don't do anything stupid on radio. Now, of course, the FCC does... And the FCC does crack down on people doing things wrong, like if you're transmitting too much power on a CB or something like that. Yeah, there's things they do. They do monitor that stuff. And there are voluntary monitors as well that are enlisted to assist to make sure everyone's playing by the fair rules. Because radio's a delicate thing as well. And we want to make sure it's there available for everybody. So why is automatic level control used with an RF power amplifier? A, to increase overall efficiency. B, to balance the transmitter audio frequency response. C, to prevent excessive drive. D, to reduce harmonic radiation. I think it's C. Which of the following is the best instrument to use for checking the keying waveform of a CW transmitter? CW being Morse code. So the little key, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So we're checking waveforms. That would be an oscilloscope you would check for. Subnautica split stream and your stream. It's interesting. Why are signal reports typically exchanged at the beginning of an HF contact? A, to allow each station to operate according to conditions. B, to allow each station to calibrate their frequency display. C, to follow the standard radiogram structure. D, to be sure the contact will count for award programs. I think it's A. What action results from a failure to exchange information due to excessive transmission attempts when using an ARQ mode? A, packets will be routed incorrectly. B, the connection is dropped. C, the checksum overflows. D, encoding reverts to the default character set. I think the connection's dropped. Which of the following is used to determine RF exposure from a transmitted signal? A, its power density. B, its frequency. C, all these choices are correct. Or D, its duty cycle. All these are correct. Duty cycle is how on the device is. So like you have a 25% duty cycle, it's on 1/4 of the time and off 3/4 of the time. So it'll cycle on and then off, and there's ways you can, work around that and stuff like that. Frequency, of course, is pretty straightforward. Power density, of course, is, pretty straightforward. With which of the following conditions must beacon stations comply? A, all these choices are correct. B, the frequency must be coordinated with the National Beacon Organization. C, no more than one beacon station may transmit in the same band from the same station location. D, the frequency must be posted on the internet or published in a national periodical. C. So you're streaming, want to drop in just over here, debating, forcing myself to switch to Linux from my main desktop instead of servers. Do it! Just do it! You'll kick yourself for not doing it sooner. And for any of the games you're like, well, this game doesn't work on Linux, screw that game, find a better game. What does it mean when a CW operator sends KN at the end of a transmission? I always mess up on this. What the CW calls. A, listening only for a specific station or stations. B, operating full break-in. C, closing station now. D, no U.S. stations should call. I always get KN and AR confused. Either A or C, I believe. I'm going to go with A. How does the feed point impedance of a half-wave dipole change as the feed point is moved from the center toward the ends? It steadily increases. What is the limit for transmitter power on the 1.8 megahertz band? What band is that? Okay, so let's see. 300 million is the speed of light, divided by 1.8 gives us 1.6, so roughly 2 meter band, 2 meter band. Wait, no, hold on. I was like, that ain't right. Yeah, 160 meter band. So I want to say 1500 watts peak envelope power. In what units is RF feed line loss usually expressed? Decibels per 100 feet. Why must all metal enclosures of station equipment be grounded? A, it prevents signal overload. B, ensure that the neutral wire is grounded. It ain't those two. C, ensures that hazardous voltage cannot appear on the chassis. It's definitely that, because it's not about preventing a blown fuse. When selecting a CW transmitting frequency, what minimum separation from other stations should be used to minimize interference to stations on adjacent frequencies? So if CW, 150 Hz to 500 Hz. What is the approximate forward threshold voltage of a germanium diode? 0.3 volts. What is the primary use of a beverage antenna? That's a good question. Directional receiving for MF and low HF bands? I think it's that. It's either directional. Well, these are all directional answers. I'll see what the answer is when we're done. What emission is produced by a reactance modulator connected to a transmitter RF amplifier stage? Is it pulse modulation? No. Phase modulation sounds a little bit better. I'll see at the end. Which mode is the most commonly used for voice communications on the 160, 75, and 40 meter bands? Hold on. .48 megahertz. Yeah, we're good. Upper sideband. How's a product detector used? A, used in test gear to detect spurious mixing products. B, used in an FM receiver to filter out unwanted sidebands. C, used in transmitter to perform frequency multiplication. D, used in single sideband receiver to extract the unmodulated signal. I think it's the single sideband. What is meant by the term critical frequency at a given incidence angle? The highest frequency which it is refracted back to Earth, the frequency at which, so B, the frequency at which the signal to noise ratio is 6 decibels, definitely not that. C, the lowest frequency which is refracted back to Earth. D, the frequency at which the signal to noise ratio approaches unity. I think it's the highest frequency. When may third-party messages be transmitted via remote control? A, only when the message is intended for third parties in an area where licensing is controlled by the FCC. Nope. B, under any circumstance in which third-party messages are permitted by FCC rules. C, only when the message is intended for licensed radio amateurs. D, under no circumstances except for emergencies. I think it's B. What is the RMS voltage across a 50 ohm dummy load dissipating 1200 watts? I think that's 245 volts if I'm not mistaken. I forget the formula for that. That was one of those questions that I actually just ran over so many times I remember the answer. Same as this one. What is the total bandwidth of an FM phone transmission having 5 kilohertz deviation and 3 kilohertz modulating frequency? 16 kilohertz. Which of the following is covered by the National Electrical Code? This is where my electrician knowledge came in handy. So that has to do with the electrical safety of the station. How long is a certificate of successful completion of examination, CSCE, valid for exam element credit? For as long as your current license is valid, 30 days, 365 days, 180 days. You get a whole year. What frequency range is occupied by 3 kilohertz upper sideband signal when the display carrier is frequency set to 14.347 megahertz? So it'd be 14.347 megahertz to 14.35 megahertz. What is the approximate length of the driven element of a Yagi antenna? I think it's halfway length. What is another name for a WinLink remote message server? Eventually we'll get into that when we talk about how you can actually send email and use data over ham radio without internet. That'll be an interesting thing. This is a gateway. What is impedance? The ratio of current to voltage, the product of current to voltage, the ratio of voltage to current. What is meant by the term MMIC? Monolithic Microwave Integrated Circuit. Which symbol in figure G7-1 represents an NPM transistor? I always get this tripped up with the symbols. It's either 1 or 2. Which of the following components should be added to a capacitor to increase its capacitance? A capacitor in parallel. What does the K index measure? The short-term stability of the Earth's geomagnetic field. Which of the following are basic components of a sine wave oscillator? A filter and an amplifier operating in a feedback loop. Which of the following amateur bands is restricted to communication only on specific channels rather than frequencies ranges? I think that's 30 meters. So, 32 out of 35. I would have passed. What 3 did I get wrong? Oh. So it was lower sideband on 160 and 75 and 40. And it was symbol 2 over here. For the NPM. And it was 60 meter, wasn't it? Okay. Still not too bad. But basically, this is the idea of what you would go through for a general radio exam, if you want to do that. Hamstudy.org is actually really great to learn these things. You can actually pull over each card and you can actually study them. Have a whole study mode as well. This is totally free, by the way. I'm not affiliated, endorsed, or anything. You can see, and it randomizes the order of the questions, so you can actually just run through. Which of the following is required for lightning protection ground rods? They must be bonded to all buried water and gas lines. Lightning grounds must be connected to all ungrounded wiring. They must be bonded together with all other rods. Bends in ground wires must be made as close as possible to the right angle. But yeah. Those are some ham radio questions. I'm excited to get into HF and stuff like that in the near future. I'm also going to be upgrading the laptop in the near future, too. I'll have to buy the components for the upgraded CPU, memory, and all that stuff. Which will give me a better Wi-Fi card and everything like that. We'll see if the Wi-Fi hack that I'm planning to do on Sunday will actually improve the quality overall of the signal, because that was the issue I had. Yeah. All right. Let's switch gears for a sec. What model Yaesu do you have again? I have the Yaesu FT991A. It's the base station that does UHF, VHF, as well as HF. I can't wait to get it set up. I've had that equipment since around like May or so. And I've just been sitting there waiting until I am ready for my general license. And I think I'm about ready for it. Now, once I get my CSCE, I can immediately start transmitting on HF and just use /AG. Of course, when transmitting on general privileges. And then I think next year I may actually start going for amateur extra. I think that should be fun. Amateur extra, of course, doesn't give you that much more privileges. But I do have this idea in the back of my head that maybe if there's enough ham radio people and we get some amateur extra people down the line in maybe a couple of years or so, we could set up a radio club for Renegade Penguins, and we could have everyone all work together so we could actually help encourage other people to do tests and then do exams and everything. Of course, I'd have to be kind of a strict prick when doing it online and exam people and all that, because there's strict guidelines we have to go by. But we're going to go to Warframe for a second. Get that grind on. I'm hoping to get my ham radio set up this weekend for the ham shack.
Operations is here. Find them and capture them.
Be on guard for the ancients.
I heard of the bots that keep coming in on Kick. That's one issue that Kick really has, is they don't have
Attack us and we will counter.
us to do the ability to do real moderation tools in there yet. I do need to get better guns, but I also need to get to another mastery rank.
We cannot let our know we're here. Track them down quickly.
Me get those dudes to do their thing while I get some Rob Zombie.
For the Tenno.
Target located. Bring them in. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
You know, I stopped playing this for about 2 years, and then I decided I just wanted to get back into it because I was seeing another friend of mine play it, and I was like, maybe I should get back in. Where am I missing? Wait, is it over here? Oh. Nope. Dun, 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 dun. I got to see Rob Zombie live. That was pretty fun. Dirt, 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 dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Hit the wrong key. Did you just pull a, like, Mortal Kombat get over here move on me? Okay, come on.
Your captive has escaped.
Oh. I'm supposed to like run after him. I was just messing around.
You have new quests in your codex.
Well,
Dead I am the one exterminated son. Slip into the breeze, angle in the breeze. Dead I am the lad watching angels cry. On the jolly cry, conquering the world. Eat through the ditches and burn through the witches and slam in the back of my taking it out. Dig through the ditches and burn through and slam in the back of my taking it out.
Track them down quickly.
I got the words wrong on that. Yet I am the fool hiding from the fool. We can't get the missionary to plead.
Attack us and we will counter.
You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape.
As the bird, dying as you were. Dig through the ditches and burn through the witches and get him! Your soul is mine.
Stay focused.
Doing it, baby. Laughing at
Safely
mom.
in our hands. Congratulations, Tenno. Juggernaut nearby. It will only attack when it senses high concentrations of infested blood. Slow the fight if you want it to go away.
I'll crack the boat. 21 to win. Regular, dig through the ditches and burn through the witches. I'm in the back of my regular. Doing it, baby. Doing it, baby. Oh, that little guy? Dig through the ditches and burn through the witches and slam in the back of my Dragula. Come on. God damn it. 2, 3. Who should it be? Every motherfucker running up a hill. 1, 2, 3. Don't should it be? That fucked up and fucked up by you. Turner. What's the liquor? Okay, which way am I supposed to go? Kind of annoying you can't just, like, cut open doors. Gotta go around these alternative routes over here. Quick,
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Alright, finish that mission.
With your performance.
1, 2, 3, and
Tenno.
eventually I need to tweak my weapons and stuff, but I also gotta, like... Yeah, I'm trying to relearn this game and Clover hit me up. Why'd you just put binary in my chat? 8 characters at a time. Did you just, like, repeat what Bender did when he was giving the water in, what do you call it? I don't know. How do you do the wish list thing? Running up a hill. 1, 2, 3. No, I love you. Oh, okay. Silica.
Coming up next.
Knock, knock.
Now, who would be knocking all the way out here? Operator, I don't think you should answer that.
Okay, so hold on. Equipment. Oh, I still got a lot of plat and everything. Man, I totally forgot about a bunch of this stuff. Oh yeah, I got my operator. From the Quills and Cetus. So what's the focus? Oh, these are like skills I can open up with him. Okay. Warframe and operator. Grant 20 to 30% additional energy over... Okay. What do these do? I gotta relearn this whole freaking game. I am like so lost with this game. He's a killer. He's a killer. How do I unlock these? He's a killer. He's a killer. Milk show baby. She's a killer. She's a killer. Milk show baby. Operator energy. Operator. Okay, I may have to figure that out. Yeah, I need to figure out that. Man, I used to know this game a little, quite well, and then I left for like 2 years. Now I'm trying to figure out everything. All right. All right, let's see the next mission. I still like the fact that I got this remote because now I can do at least the extreme close-up. Whoa! Oh. I can at least entertain myself. Please tell me y'all have seen Wayne's World to get that reference. One of these days, I'm gonna have to actually get on early and do like a close to like 10-hour or so like Warframe grind, because some of these missions you need to put in a few hours for. And I just don't have that time on most of my streams because I come in after work.
This desolate Corpus research vessel conceals a rich cache of supplies. To locate them, I will reconstruct the ship's corrupted shipping manifests.
There's like no enemies here.
These vessels have been compromised by a fast-growing...
That's why.
Use the vaporizers to kill the pox, and I will access the consoles. Something in the air is corrupting your Warframe. Limit your exposure. You picked up serum. Now put it in a vaporizer.
I don't like how quiet this is. Okay, so what's next? Yeah, this is Warframe.
Multiple biosignatures detected. We've got infested incoming.
Let's go.
Spoke too soon. Alright, you cover that one. Oh, come on!
There's a heavy unit approaching. The infested. They're dropping the
Damn it.
serum we need
Got
for the
stuck.
vaporizers.
Are you looking forward to Soulframe? Not sure what that is. I've kind of been away from Warframe for like 2 years. So I'm getting back into it. I used to play this heavily and then I stopped playing for a couple of years and kind of forgot about it. And then one of my friends was streaming it and I was like, oh, maybe I should get back into that. So I literally am only on like, what, day 3 of my return?
For the Lotus. Transference still holding.
Yeah. So I'm kind of relearning the whole game.
Move and strike. We have to win this.
Keep fighting. I'm still working on this manifest.
Like, I completely forgot about the skills, too. Okay, let's go to B.
I've reconstructed half the manifest.
Come on.
Yeah, like, I came back and I finally just got past Mastery rank, what was it, 9? And I'm close to achieving Mastery rank 10. I've not really played this game all that much, like a lot of people. Okay, come on, come on, come on.
almost finished reconstructing the manifest. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Okay, come on.
I will not be able to.
We're on alpha.
The consoles degrade much further.
Or the tenor.
You ever helped an org build out a SOC program before? Yeah. Years ago, there was a company I worked for that I was starting to do that until I actually discovered, there were some shady things going on with them.
Have the manifest. Wipe out the remaining infested.
That was close.
Success. Do you want to attempt to reconstruct another manifest? Mission complete.
Play for 2 hours. Have I been on for... No, I haven't been on for 2 hours. Think of joining a JSOC to get a ton of experience as a noob. It's gov-related. Thoughts? Government-related stuff can be kind of draining because you're dealing with government. And, I mean, it's worth the experience, but just beware, government stuff tends to be kind of annoying. I know from experience, having to do MSP work for a few government offices, you have to deal with boards and they don't always listen.
We need to clean this area up. Search for the source of the infestation and exterminate it.
Move and strike. We have to win this.
Feel so good, I feel so numb, yeah.
Let's go on the offensive.
I'm detecting a lot of infestation activity. Let's clean it up.
Yeah. Be an internship of being able to do detection and stuff with that intern freedom, maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's great for the experience, but if it's an internship, go for it. I mean, if you're looking at it career-wise, that might be a pain. I just know personally I wouldn't want to work for government. The benefits are great, but the pay is not, and then you got a lot of BS pressure with things, and they don't really promote based on experience or things that make sense. They promote based on, like, seniority rather than merit. So you'll actually deal with a lot of people that don't really, aren't that good at their job. They've just been there longer.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
But yeah, get the experience. The biggest issue with whenever you're trying to start your career out is getting that experience. So take whatever opportunity right now. Embrace the suck.
The enemy is broken. Well done.
And,
Extraction.
grow on that career. Back in the sun, what have I done? I feel so good, I feel so numb, yeah. Back in the sun, what have I done? I feel so good, I feel so numb, yeah. Yeah, I'm on Twitch. I'm on the ticks. I'm on the kicks. And I'm on the tubes. I mean, if I got the upload bandwidth, may as well use it. My pleasure, Roman. You feel it, bum, bum, bum. You see it, bum, bum, bum. You wanna make it out, alright? Bum, bum, bum. You see it, bum, bum, bum. You see it, bum, bum, bum. You're gonna make it out, alright? Back in the sun, what have I done? I feel so bad, I feel so numb, yeah. Back in the sun, what have I done? I feel so bad, I feel so numb, yeah. If I run, what have I done? I might get 2.3 gig in my hood. I use it all. Yeah. Well, I only have 50 megabits of upload, but I figured out how to optimize it. And eventually I want to do AV1 codec encoding so I can make Twitch and the tubes a little bit more optimized.
Proceed and prepare. A juggernaut nearby? It will only attack when it senses high concentrations of infested blood. Slow the fight if you want it to go away. Terminal spotted. Upload need. Prepare to defend.
Come on, boys. Have at it.
This is the moment. The juggernaut has moved on. It's safe to proceed. Right? Still working on it. Continue to defend. Stay focused.
Rocket the gun and rocket the kill. Rocket the gun and rocket the kill. Hell yeah! He's the one that they wanted. Hell yeah! I'm the super beast. Hell yeah! I'm the one that they wanted. Hell yeah! I'm the super beast.
Area completed. Move on.
Yeah, I'll probably upgrade the GPU for the streaming to accommodate AV1 encoding after I do the upgrades to the mini laptop after DEF CON. Gotta prioritize these things. The ham shack has already set me back a bit. House repairs set me back another bit. And then DEF CON, of course, is gonna be a pretty penny. But I need a vacation, and DEF CON's fun.
Drop me in and defend our position.
Hell yeah, I'm the super beast.
Let's go.
Get the goodies over here.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
For the Lotus.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Hell yeah, I'm the one that you wanted. That might have been a dumb move. I only gotta get 7 more seconds. Bye-bye, boys.
We are finished here. Move on.
Ringo, number 95. Look me to the home tech, ooms and ultra lights in heaven. Hearts the horror show. Nothing to them, so I watch it go. Never gonna stop me, never gonna stop. 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 A devil, not a dinosaur. You can never gonna stop me, never gonna stop. 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 Even if you want it, 'cause I want more. Even if you want it, 'cause I want more.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
God damn, I almost got knocked out there. Shit. I did get knocked out there. I want more. All right. 100 meters. Let's close that.
Signatures detected. We've got infested incoming. Another job well executed.
Ah, Clover left. I was still learning the messaging and I didn't know if they got the message or not. I'm like this so close. I just gotta get a few hundred more experience points and then I'll be able to get for mastery rank 10. A little bit of a grind.
Distract the infested. Lone Tenno operative hunts for supplies. Set off the alarms to start. The infested are releasing toxic spores into the area. The emergency life support I am delivering is your only chance for...
Knock, knock. I'm home. Come on, clear this up. What the hell?
Tenno, prepare for life support.
What the hell is that item on my back?
Delivered a life support capsule to the area.
What the hell was that thing attaching to me?
Life support has been punished.
Come on. How the hell did I get knocked out?
Get ready for a capsule. Life support has arrived.
God damn, there's a lot of shit going on.
Life support incoming.
God damn. You know, I can't believe how much crap is on the screen, and my machine is, like, not stuttering at all. This game always impressed me with how optimized it is.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
I love you.
The raid is off to a
Helter Skelter. Helter Skelter. Come on. Get your ass out there. Ain't that far. 100 meters. Cool. We should be able to hit the mastery rank 10, I think, if my math is right. There we go. Are you ready to become Seeker?
Careful.
All right.
The ground beneath you is crumbling. Can you defeat these enemies before you have nowhere left to stand?
Shit. Shit. I went a little bit too fancy. Shit. I gotta redo that. It's all the timing. Because you gotta, like, you can't just, like, stay... Yeah. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Careful, Tenno. The ground beneath you is crumbling. Can you defeat these enemies before you have nowhere left to stand?
We're an American band. There we go. Mastery rank 10 achieved.
This test is now complete.
Woo!
The inbox has messages for the operator. Anything about orders in there?
They're an American band.
To all of you drifting
Get the body down. We're an American band. So what new loadout slot did I get? Yep, it's Warframe. We just hit Mastery rank 10. Wait, 1 second. Equipment, arsenal.
Operator, I've run diagnostic regressions. All systems nominal. You don't need to thank me.
So we need to get some higher mastery rank for a few of these things. Oh, war games. Trigger semi. Okay, so fire rate of 6.67 with a magazine size of 60. Higher accuracy. Multi-shot of 1. Unload persuasive machine gun fire, strike a heavy chord with a single charge shot. When Octavia wields her signature rifle, alt-fire headshot kills. Critical damage. How much? Where's the damage? Puncture of 8. So a total of 33. All right, let's see. Projectile duration when it hits an enemy. Okay. Nail them to the wall. I need to play with a bunch of these guns. So that's mastery rank locked. What is this? Is this considered as a rifle? Yeah, the Fullman's a rifle, so I definitely like rifles a little bit better. Demon speeding. All right, what's this? Auto burst. Charge shirt, shot, radial attack. One, two, three. Who should it be? The fucker drowning up a hill. One, two, three. Who should it be? Ain't fucked up and fucked up by you. Why do I have two boltors? Hey, Chief, having some issues with Sway, where it doesn't display, but their i3 works. Yeah, I only really use Sway on the mini laptop. I don't really tinker with it much outside of the MNT Pocket Reform, to be completely honest. So 500 to 1, 2, 3. Okay. Should I just post an R Unix and see if they can help them? Wouldn't hurt. Yeah, fuck up you. I'm just poking at these rifles and I'm just not sure what I want. You can deal with it later. But yeah, in my GUIs, I mostly just use GNOME. I only use Sway on the mini laptop because it doesn't have that many resources. But I'm probably going to switch the GUI once I get the RK3588 CPU and stuff in there.
Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
I remember these monsters from long ago.
All right.
With a 10.
Game on. Oh, we got a full party over here.
Let's go.
What's that they laid down across the floor?
Move and strike. We have to win this.
Sweet. All right. Yeah, come on. Okay, come on. We got a few more waves.
Let's go on the offensive.
Mercy! More mercy!
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
Yeah.
Continue to defend.
We got a little strong party.
Rewarded for your bravery.
Yep, it's Warframe. Wanted to at least get that little focus over there.
Attack us and we will counter.
All right. Alright, another wave cleared. We got wave 5.
For the loaded.
No, wave 6. Come on, you little bastard. Your soul is mine.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave?
All right, let's go for another 3 waves.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Move and strike. We have to win this. Let's go on the offensive.
Thanks for the sub over in the tubes. All right, another wave.
Let's go.
Got a bunch of goodies. Let's go. I don't think that hit what I wanted it to. All right, final wave. Let's keep going.
To leave now or continue fighting. Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
For the tenor. Let's go on the offensive.
Two, three. Who should it be? Motherfucker. Driving up a hill. 1, 2, 3. Just try to do it. Fucked up and fucked up for you.
Let's go.
Okay, what's next? 1, 2, 3. Who should kill every motherfucker running up a hill? 1, 2, 3. I try to do it fucked up for you. Basilica. What the hell are those scutters?
Extraction is ready.
Let's go all the way, guys.
You can handle more of the enemy.
It's Jake is gonna leave, really? We can do this.
Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Attack us and we will counter. Come on.
Let's run back.
Move and strike. We have to win this.
That pod's still got max shields and even max health. We're doing pretty good, I think. Shit, need more energy. All right, one final wave to go.
For the Tenno.
That's room filled up fast.
to win this.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Yep, may as well.
The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
Let's go.
Check your inbox, operator. Maybe orders will get a message someday.
What's this? A new style can be equipped in the arsenal. All right, let's see. Trying to see what the hell was the style.
Everything in orders, operator? Is that a pun? I will attempt to bypass this fault. Operator, you have remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves.
Okay. All right, let's open up this menu, this level. All right, what's next? Oh, we joined someone else's game.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
It's so disorienting. I forgot that we could fly. I don't understand why we can't just keep our wings on. They're running so far ahead of me, I can't keep up.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another.
Alright, guess we're going to finish this level out. About a half a click out.
I'm detecting security force heading. It's the Grenier.
Third of click. Quarter click. Almost there.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Alright, let's see. Let's get on the ship there. I am him. I am him. I am him. You desire, I am him. Illuminate. Illuminate. Desire.
You must provide cover for a Tenno operative. Set off the alarms and keep the infested busy. A steady stream of toxic spores is
I'm a hackthor.
area. Hold on. Emergency life support is inbound.
Alright, come forth, my progeny.
Tenno, prepare for life support. I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Alright, come on.
Life support activated.
I am him. I am him. Alright, come on. Let's just hack and slash our way through. The map is almost completely red from all the freaking dudes that are around here.
Get ready for a capsule. Additional life support has arrived.
And the radio. And radio.
Life support.
I'm gonna have to look up the wish list thing when I get out of here. The radio. The radio.
Another life support capsule is now available. Life support has been replenished.
This is Pop OS Linux.
The operative has just made their first discovery. Keep up the work. Extraction is available if you need it.
Alright, quarter click, let's go. To the radio. Yeah. To the radio.
Life support incoming.
Dead radio. Alright, 30 meters. 20. Done.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno. I've delivered another life support capsule.
And click the star icon. Okay.
On this cold and lonely eve, spare a thought for tractor jockeys, rail agents, and lone travelers making their way. Trying to bring a little joy to people's lives, one shipment at a time.
Health.
Operator, Ordis is sorry
Happy.
to report that all my good jokes are gone.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Oh, girl. Oh, so crazy. She's a krilla. She's a thriller. Look so baby. I'm more of a blue team. Let's see. I need to learn IR and forensics one day. I've been AppSec and CloudSec my whole career. Yeah, I play around with different things too. Yeah, Jate. Mm-hmm. It looks like the fun stuff opens up at Mastery Rank 4. I'm going to have to grind that out for a little bit more. Next rank, Silver Sleeker in 52,524. All right, let's see. I think I basically beat most of the bosses, unless I'm mistaken. At least get one more mission in before we call it a night.
Tenno, you are trade data vaults and retrieve highly sensitive enemy information.
The Grenier
All right, about a half a click out.
Is that what we're
You're still in the clear for detection from enemy sensors. Be on the lookout for increased security measures. The enemy would rather destroy their data than let it get to our hands.
Oh, that was weird. At first it wouldn't let me go up, but then it was like, okay, you gotta go to the edge. It's kind of weird. You'd think like I'd be able to fly out. I don't understand why you can't just like fly everywhere. Unless you're like Titania or something like that.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Alright, where... Alright, about a quarter of a click out this way. Oh, there we are. $100 meters.
You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now and then start destroying the data.
I was like, did I just like...
Alarms. Data destruction is imminent. You need to hurry.
I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. I can never figure out these weird puzzles they have me do. I'm gonna lose that.
They destroyed the data. This must not happen again with the next vault.
What's up, Jay? Yeah, it's Warframe. I haven't played this in a couple years, and I'm just trying to get back in the flow. Sticky bullets ain't gonna hurt me. Okay, so how the hell do I get to where I need to go? I completely forgot that we can go up walls until I just did that. So do I basically just need to, like, climb up that whole thing?
Or the tenor.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Ah, gotcha, bitch. Alright, half a click this way, let's go.
Watch yourself. Grenier are on the way.
Alright, let's get...
Attack us and we will counter.
Alright, let's go.
Come on.
Stab you right in the dick. Alright. Let's keep going.
Transference still holding.
The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Okay, so I need to get to B. So how do I do this?
Alarms have been triggered. You need to retrieve that data before the destruction is complete.
Move and strike. We have to win this.
You got it. The data is still intact.
If it's useful, do it.
It's got one. Let's go.
Let's go on the offensive.
What the hell do you think I've been doing this whole time? Going on the fence. Let's go on the fence. How about you stop side seat driving?
For the loads.
No difference between HTTP and HTTPS now. Nice. So what, did you provision your own cert or something? You still alive? This is gonna be my last mission for the night. Non-Cybersecurity 101 course at school. Well, if you want to do some home labbing, you can easily set yourself up a web server, like on DigitalOcean or Linode, or if you're doing AWS or Azure stuff, set up like an Apache web server. Then get yourself a cert provision from Let's Encrypt. And then you'll basically learn about setting up your own server with an SSL cert. Most corporations buy it through like DigiCert or something like that, but Let's Encrypt is really good for home labbing needs.
Trigger the alarms now. We'll start destroying the data.
These little puzzles they have us do.
Alarms. Data destruction is imminent. You need to hurry.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get that last one. Well, dude, thank you for your advice. This kind of stuff is, but yeah, no problem. That's why I make this kind of content, so we can all learn, tinker.
The data we retrieved will have to suffice to extraction.
Damn it. Literally almost had it. Okay, come on. You know, I should be able to blast through that glass, but no. Stupid game physics. All right, let's see.
Surrounded by Grenier Marines.
For the tenor.
Quarter of a click. That way. Let's go. Little short on that jump there.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
See. How much more experience I gotta get? Next rank Silver Seeker in 52,000. I feel like I didn't get any.
I got you, sweet things. Ain't nothing for Nora in the real world except trouble. Trouble. And a few
Mastery breakdown.
for a century without a tea break.
Okay. So I gotta get that equipment and everything. My music stopped for a while? Yeah, it stopped a while ago. Okay. Well, I think it's about time anyway. Because I do still have work tomorrow. Even though I have to work from home and everything. But thank you all for joining me. For tinkering, showing off some of the hardware and the projects and all that. Sunday we'll be back for sure. That's the next scheduled stream. Maybe I'll be on tomorrow night. I don't know. It's kind of iffy. I've been kind of all over the place, I know, because DEF CON's coming up and everything. Mid-August, when I get back from DEF CON, we will be back to my regular Sunday, Monday, Wednesday streaming schedule with maybe the occasional Tuesday or Thursday thing. And then, of course, if you haven't already, make sure to follow me on all of my socials. and of course Discord and Mastodon. I'm on Blue Sky, I'm on Mastodon, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Kick, I'm on Twitch, I'm on TikTok, and of course, as I mentioned, there's a Discord and a Matrix server as well that you're more than welcome to join. We got a little over 1,000 people in there, tons of people into tech, gaming on Linux, professional IT, gaming. It's a nice chill place for all of us there to learn, grow, and share off all the things we're doing together. But otherwise, I will see you all maybe Saturday for movie night as well, in the Discord server, and then Sunday for stream. But if you're on Twitch, stick around for the raid. Otherwise, I will see you all later.